Like, that gavel, I know.
4 years.
Okay, if you'd like to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll have roll call.
If you wish.
Huh?
No? Okay, we're good.
Call to audience, Mr. Linda.
None.
Mr. Chair, we do not have anybody registered. to
Nobody
speak.
registered for call to audience. We'll go to approval of meeting summary. Action to approve the
Move approval. Second that.
okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Item 5 is the consent agenda. This is an information item. Any interest from council members to discuss these items on the consent?
Move the consent.
There's no motion needed,
Oh, okay.
so we'll move on to item 6, hearing no. So overview of the development process. So Mr. Jamie Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Regional Council. I appreciate
Can't
the
hear
opportunity.
you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Here, I'll hold it. Is that better?
That's
Okay.
better.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the process for PAG to develop the FY24 through 25 overall work program. So some of you are familiar with the OWP, but just for context, the OWP is a statement of work or scope of work known internally as the overall work program. The federal regulations call it the Unified Planning Work Program, and it's required as the basis of the contract with ADOT. The OWP consists of transportation and planning programs for the region, as well as PAG's other programs and their respective goals. The OWP must be aligned with the funding source requirements and approved by ADOT and is in effect for 24 months beginning on July 1st, 2023. The update will be based on the current OWP, which was adopted in fiscal year 2021. And that's why we show the slide. On the slide, we've got covers from the previous OWPs to illustrate that each OWP builds on the previous product. So in terms of requirements for the overall work program, it must include detail to indicate PAG's planning priorities and proposed work for the next 2-year period by major activity and task. It must also include the organization designated to perform the work, which is primarily PAG. And it must also include a schedule for completing the work, the resulting products, proposed funding by activity and task, and a summary of total amounts and sources of federal and matching funds. It's important to recognize that there are a number of restrictions on the activities of PAG, and it's by fund source, but also by agreement. So the revenue derived from governmental sources with specific requirements on their use are part of the PAG process. So we have, for example, federal metropolitan planning funds that are restricted in their use. We must also comply with all federal requirements for metropolitan planning organizations. So that includes, for example, updating the long-range transportation plan. And finally, we must comply with the terms of the work program agreement with ADOT. And you can see on the right, there's a screen capture of the cover of the agreement. And there's a quote that's important for this slide. It says, ADOT has primary responsibility for administering FHWA and FTA funds allocated to the MPO and ensuring that such funds are expended for eligible costs, purposes, and activities. So again, there are restrictions on PAG's activities. So in terms of the priorities for the next 2 fiscal years, these are actually the same as the priorities we used in the last OWP development process. So we must continue to focus on the current RTA and those commitments in the plan, as well as developing the RTA Next plan. The long-range plan development or RMAP development is another priority. Fulfilling any obligations due to existing contracts, and our federal and state mandates is a priority. And finally, data and technical tools to support all of these priorities above. So this is a very early opportunity for us to describe our process. And with that, we wanted to include an anticipated schedule, which of course is subject to change because we're early in the process. But we hope by January, we can bring to the Management Committee and Regional Council a first reading of the OWP text. By late February, early March, we anticipate sharing a draft of the full document with ADOT, and that's one of the requirements in the work program agreement I mentioned earlier. In March, we hope to bring the full updated draft to Management and Regional Council. In mid-March, we'll conduct a review with ADOT and our federal funding partners as part of a certification review exercise. The dates haven't been set, so that could be shifted into April, but that's what we anticipate right now. And then finally, in May, we hope to bring the full final draft to Management and Regional Council for approval. And with that, once again, this is just an early opportunity for us to provide an overview of the process, and we'll be coming back to the Management and Regional Council in the coming months. Happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Questions, council? Mayor Romero.
Thank you. Just a question about how the community or the jurisdictions add to the OWP. What's the process?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council. Mayor Romero, did you say,
Oh, am I not? Can you not hear me?
I missed one of the words you said in terms of the community.
Oh, in terms of jurisdictions and community input on the OWP, what is the process?
Thank you. Well, I think the community, in terms of all of our committees, we're going to be bringing this through the Management and Regional
Can you
Council.
speak into the,
Sure.
because I'm sorry,
Yeah.
we just, for some reason, it's not picking up your voice.
Okay, yeah. So as we usually do, we bring is that better? The draft OWP through our committee process, which is open to the public. And so we're going to be doing that in the first half of next calendar year. We're bringing the draft to Management and Regional Council in January, in March, and in May.
And so throughout that process, jurisdictions can submit their input as well as the community.
I think that's always an option, but I do think it's probably important to go back to the slide where we talk about our restrictions on activities by fund source. So I think this is a process that's open to committee input as well as the public. But sometimes PAG is asked to get involved in activities that are very worthwhile to the community, but do not align with our federal MPO requirements. We don't have funding sources to expend on those other activities, and they might not be in the agreement we have with ADOT. So there are lots of restrictions on our activities.
So those are explained to the community and the jurisdictions, correct?
Those restrictions?
Yes.
Yes, I think that the draft document explains all of those restrictions. Yes.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that both the community and the jurisdictions have an opportunity to submit their concerns. For example, in the city of Tucson, we're currently having conversations about additional needs in terms of transit and mobility, reduction of greenhouse gases and climate adaptation, as well as how we use funds to actually implement Title VI concerns in the city of Tucson. So is there an opportunity for those conversations to happen, both with jurisdictions, the community, and the various committees of PAG to deal with some of these concerns?
I'll just say traditionally, we work primarily with the Management Committee and the Regional Council as part of our process. In terms of any additional engagement, Mr. Mokimi, do you have any?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Jimmy, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor. So typically, as part of that process, we begin the conversation with our individual partner entities, as well as ADOT, ultimately the federal agencies, So throughout that process, there's opportunities to get feedback. You can look at the one that was just adopted recently. We have a lot of additional activities that are eligible, as Jamie mentioned, that were included at the request of individual entities. So yes, the answer is, so we coordinate all that. As long as it's eligible, as long as the funding is available, then we're able to integrate it into our planning process.
Thank you. And for example, with studies, I know that PAG has worked with the city of Tucson, various transit studies. Well, that's based on conversations with the city of Tucson staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And I'm apologize, Madam Mayor, for interrupting you because not only because I interrupted you, but because your comments very well set the stage for mine, which is as I was going through the document, the summary document says that the overall work program serves as the basis for an agreement with ADOT through which the majority of federal funding for PAG programs and activities is secured. PAG's overall work program is designed to address the roles and responsibilities that are required of PAG to meet specific federal and state mandates. These activities ensure that the region maintains eligibility for several categories of federal and state funds while meeting federal metropolitan planning and programming requirements. And I appreciate Jamie mentioning that a draft is going to be brought before us on 3 different occasions and also brought before the management committee on 3 different occasions, because we're very focused on transportation, but we are a metropolitan planning organization. And I hope that in the course of the discussions in both the management committee, and all the jurisdictions have representation on the management committee, and here that we talk about other issues of regional concern where the Pima Association of Governments can play a role. So will those be agenda items in our meetings in those 3 months? And will they also be agenda items for those 3 meetings of the management committee as well?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, yes. So typically we do have items on the agenda, opportunity for discussion. Similar to today, it'll be agendized and provide feedback. And then at the next meeting, we're able to bring back any responses as needed. So I guess the straight answer is yes, it depends on what we're discussing at that time. Obviously, the agenda item could be more specific as we get further along into the process.
And in terms of the intra-jurisdictional conversations that all of us may need to have with our colleagues, will we get any kind of guidance or documents that we can use when we're talking with staff and our colleagues about what we might want to bring to the regional council or ask our jurisdictional representatives to discuss at the management committee level?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott. But typically, we coordinate that with your management representative, and so we'll do that. If you want, we can coordinate that directly with the regional council as well.
I think both would be my preference. And then something else I wanted to mention while I have the floor is that I know there was discussion at the most recent management committee meeting about getting some committees that have been dormant for a while re-engaged as we're working on this process. I think there was reference to a specific committee during the management committee meeting, but if that's something that we could also get briefed on as that occurs, because I know we're always interested in being up to speed on what our various committees are doing.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott. Again, be happy to. And that's the conversation goes back to there's restrictions on the funding. So depending on the funding source, what restrictions are attached to it and which committee is integrated into that conversation. So as we move forward, I'll provide additional information so you can see the details of it.
Appreciate it very much.
Mr. Chair, and I would just ask, because maybe it would be helpful on the first draft that comes out is to have a broader conversation on what the restrictions are. So we have a better understanding of what that might be, because we have lots of needs, we have lots of wants, lots of desires, but it has to fit in these federal and state requirements. So it'd be nice maybe to kind of get a 101 as a reviewer reviewing that.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, be happy to. That's actually a great idea. A couple of years ago, we had a legal opinion on what's eligible, what's not eligible. We get a lot of requests, obviously. But at the end of the day, it goes back to eligibility of those funds. If they're not eligible, even if there are needs, we can't program those funds for those needs. So that's a great idea. We'll be happy to do that as well.
Just to expound on your request, Mayor Murphy, I think that we shouldn't wait for the first draft. I mean, maybe sharing the requirements and what these funds can be used for. The 101 should happen like right now. I think, right? It's necessary for all of us to know exactly what those funds are intended to be used for. And if there isn't a handbook for us to be able to read and prepare ourselves as jurisdictions and the public, it would be great to share it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, definitely. Again, the timing, depending on what Jamie was describing, is probably first of the year when we're ready for that.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, trying to come up with, I hope we don't get spread out too far with committees and stuff. It gets into a quagmire and we never get anything done, but distribution after decisions are made. What is the procedure for that?
So, Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, typically it depends on the type of funding. If it's a funding that is through PAG itself, then it's treated as PAG's operating funds. If it's a pass-through, typically we have a contract. For example, we had a contract with City of Tucson for pit management. So we'll have a contract between the two agencies, then we pass through those funds to the entity that is providing that service. So typically with OWP, we don't have a lot of pass through. Most of it is operational expenses within the organization.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, so once it's approved, kind of what we're going to do, it won't come back to the MPO, the PAG council. It'll be done with senior staff once the approval of
Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, that is correct. It's our operating budget that you're approving. And then once you approve the operating budget, then we go to work.
Mayor Murphy, did you want to give any kind of direction or guidance as far as when that 101 or that information?
No, I just think, and I don't mind it coming out early. It's, I know this is new information. So I think whenever staff has it prepared, if it's December, to have it distributed, and it could be through us, or through the management committee, that would be good, but I'm not sure, their bandwidth of coming up with that, but I would think before or at the first draft,
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Just to clarify your request, you're interested in understanding at kind of a basic level, what are the fund sources and all the requirements, restrictions associated with those as part of the overall work program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And you might actually already have that because I know we've developed ones over the years. So if there's something in some format that could give me a better understanding of what the restrictions are, because I don't want to be thinking of things that we can't be using it for.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, just to add to that, this is in partnership with ADOT, and some of those restrictions change on a regular basis as well. So we want to get you the most updated information. So I would recommend early next year so we can coordinate with ADOT, make sure we have the updated information.
we'll just task General Maxwell.
There you go.
For that. That would be my record.
There you go. So again, I just want to remind everybody. So this is a contract between PAG and ADOT. So ADOT ultimately has authority over what's included, what's not included, what's authorized. And then that's obviously once we have a draft in front of them.
Right, nice.
Okay, so we then expect something in January?
Yes, sir. I think that's probably the best time to do that.
I'm good with that.
Any additional questions, discussion for this item 6? If not, we'll move to item 7, transportation improvement program development process update. Mr. Brown, you're up to bat once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Just going to see if I can forward to my slides. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the fiscal year 2024 through 2028 Transportation Improvement Program and our development process. Sorry about that. Let's see, back up. Okay, Crystal, do you mind going back to the second slide, please? Thank you. The Transportation Improvement Program is a prioritized listing or program of transportation projects that's developed and formally adopted by the MPO, which is PAG. The PAG tip covers a 5-year period and must be updated at least every 4 years. The tip is federally required and must align with PAG's Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan. Must be multimodal and include roadway, bicycle, pedestrian, transit, and other transportation modes. It must be fiscally constrained, so it does not program more funds than can be reasonably expected each year from each funding source. To kick off our process, as we usually do, we issue a notice of funding availability, which we did. We submitted this or distributed this to our Transportation Planning Committee, our TIP Subcommittee, and Transit Working Group in August. This notice of funding availability includes an introduction and key points, programming priorities, funding availability and staff contacts, a schedule of key milestones, information on eligibility and available funding, and resources. This slide is meant to illustrate how we have different key milestones in our process and also where we are in that process. So you can see it's about a 10-month process from August to May. We're in November. And I'll go through some more of the details of those steps in the next couple of slides. So as I mentioned, we kicked off our process in August with the distribution of the notice of funding availability. This month, we're going to be working with our TIP subcommittee to review draft revenue projections and projects in the current fiscal year 22 through 2026 TIP to have a conversation about project readiness. From November to January, we're going to ask the Transportation Planning Committee to review draft project lists. That would be the transit project lists, RTA project lists, ADOT project lists, and others. In December, our technical team is going to begin its work in terms of the travel demand modeling, GIS, performance, updating the performance report, etc. In January, we're going to ask the Management Committee and Regional Council to to review available draft project lists. By February, we hope to have one unified project list that we'll share with the Transportation Planning Committee. In March, we hope to have a completed draft of the full TIP. We're also going to bring that full draft or the full draft project list to the Management Committee and Regional Council in March and hold open houses with the public. Based on that public feedback from the open houses, we're going to finalize the draft TIP. We'll bring that through for Transportation Planning Committee review and approval in April. And then we'll commence our 30-day public hearing comment period. In May, we'll ask the Management Committee to review and approve the final draft TIP. We'll conclude our 30-day public comment period and hold a public hearing at the Regional Council meeting in late May. And we'll ask for Regional Council's approval of the TIP. So there's some important considerations for this TIP development cycle. So for this first one, programming of regional funds must continue to prioritize the delivery of RTA projects. The commitment is in place until further direction by the board. And in January, there was a motion made and approved by the Regional Council. And one of those components of that motion was that the Regional Council would provide official board positions for identifying a proposed plan and funding to complete the projects as part of the original RTA plan and define specifics of how to address any RTA projects if they are moved into RTA next. Thus, regional funds available in fiscal years 2027 and 2028 will remain unprogrammed until the RTA board determines how to program those regional funds. So I mentioned the TIP subcommittee is going to be, we're going to be working with the TIP subcommittee this month, and our intent is to have a conversation about the readiness of the projects in the current TIP, fiscal year 22 through 2026 TIP. We've we created a worksheet to request that information from each of our member agencies again, on project status and project readiness. Are any of these projects ready to be federalized? Is the design complete, et cetera, et cetera. So once that's completed, we've already shared out a draft of that, but we don't have all the information yet. So once we get more information from our member agencies, we're going to redistribute that to the TIP subcommittee prior to that meeting. So that conversation will be helpful for us understanding what projects are ready for construction. Based on that conversation, that would be a good time, if they're ready for construction, to consider or review the cost estimates and update those cost estimates. And if there's a funding gap or funding need, that would be a good opportunity to bring that through the committee process for consideration, ultimately by the RTA board. And based on if the RTA board approves that, to incorporate that new additional funding into the TIP. So I just want to let you know that's where we are in the process, and look forward to those conversations with our member agencies on project readiness. The second bullet on this slide says the RTA budget is adopted annually by the RTA board for the following fiscal year. So that occurred in June for FY 2023. And RTA funds will be programmed at the board's sole discretion. My final slide is that funding sources for the programming of new projects will be limited to FTA sources, Federal Transit Administration sources, as described in the Notice of Funding Availability. And this is actually really what we did last time as well. It's very similar. It's consistent with our process the last TIP development cycle. The Transit Working Group is serving as the selection panel for transit projects, and they've already reviewed project applications, and at their October 11th meeting, approved the financially constrained table of project funding requests. So we're making good progress, and thanks to all of their work. And with that, that concludes my update. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Winfield. Mr. Brown, the Transportation Planning Committee got their initial briefing on this in August, but the Management Committee just got an update on Monday. When will the Transportation Planning Committee get the same information that the Management Committee did on Monday?
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, my understanding is that the slides that we shared on Monday were the exact same slides we shared with the
There wasn't any
TPC.
new information.
No. Okay, thank you.
All right. And then I wanted to ask Mr. Mogimi, with regard to your August 4 memorandum that's attached to this item. And we talked a little bit about it at our August 25th meeting, but could you expand on the language that's in the third bullet about midway of that memorandum, where it says, although a schedule of anticipated milestones is provided below, flexibility may be necessary to adjust for changed circumstances. This could include, for example, unforeseen delays in receiving project information from member agencies or decisions made by the RTA board that affect the composition of the draft RTA project list. Example given, shifting of projects into RTA next, because that to me seemed like the most substantive and important part of that memorandum. And Mr. Brown referred to it again today in different words, of course.
Sure, be happy to, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Scott, thank you for bringing that up. So as Jamie mentioned, obviously we want to start the process, go through the process and identify what other answers do we need and bring those questions back to the Regional Council or RTA board. So that reflects back on that statement that we know there's a lot of moving parts, especially with RTA Next, completing those projects. We'll talk about those at the RTA meeting a little bit more, but I just want to make sure everybody recognizes that the schedule hopefully is not going to be as rigid as everybody thinks it is. We may need to slide it out. I may even come back to you and say, we haven't made decisions on certain things. Let's delay the adoption of the plan until we make those decisions. So thank you for bringing that up. And that's the intent of making sure that everybody understands that just because we start the process, it doesn't mean that it's a linear process and we're going to hopefully have adoption by a certain date. We hope to have an adoption when we have all those questions answered.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
So would a good example of that be if an entity thinks that they could have the design finished or cost estimate, whatever it might be, and then they can't make a timeline, would that be the flexibility of the slipping that might have to come into play?
At the individual, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, at the individual project level, yes. So those are the questions we're asking all of our partner entities. Give us the status, give us, is it ready to go?
Right.
What phase are you in? So all that information typically funnels into the plan itself. But now again, it's becoming a lot more critical to make sure we have good information, make sure we know projects are ready to go. It would really not be a good productive document for you if the information that's coming in is not as reliable as we want it to be. So we want to make sure that we tighten that up a little bit, make sure that if you're going to put any dollars on a project, the project is truly ready to go. So we don't end up spreading those limited dollars.
Sure. Can you further explain the example that you gave of shifting of projects into RTA next in that bullet? Because I agree with Supervisor Scott that this particular sentence, I think I need more clarity on this. The RTA board, it's the same sentence. This could include, for example, unforeseen delays in receiving project information from member agencies or decisions made by the RTA board that affect the composition of the draft RTA project list. Shifting of projects into RTA next. What does that mean?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, along the same lines as what Supervisor Scott was talking about. So for example, the RTA board back in June recommended to move 2 projects to RTA next. Well, those same 2 projects are currently in the 5-year plan. So what are we going to do with the dollars that are programmed on those 2 projects? So we have to go through this process with our partners and make a decision and bring a recommendation back to you.
And Mr. Chair, to continue that, that's based on other projects may be ready or may not be ready, correct? So it's sort of a ever moving target.
Yes, sir. Again, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, it's becoming a little bit more, I think, in my opinion, has to be a more focused plan than previously. Previously, we've had more flexibility, and if you, our staff can provide this information to you at a future meeting. If you look at how in previous years we would just roll over the funds from one year to another year, and we had that flexibility.
Right.
But now we're getting to the point, especially with RTA ending, we don't have that flexibility as much anymore. So we need to be a lot more tighter on those dollars.
Right. That's kind of where my thought process was going.
And then just one more request, Mr. Chair. If you can share this presentation electronically with all of us, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, Mayor Romero, I believe we can do that. I think we include those presentations in all of our packet materials, but.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, so Jackie will be happy to send out an email with all the presentations for all of the meetings. Typically the following meeting will have all this material in it as well. So there's a couple places to look up for it if you need to.
And if I may just clarify, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, you asked about the presentation we provided to management versus TPC. I just remember we didn't have this timeline graphic in August. So that was a new addition to the materials that we provided on Monday and today. So we did not provide that to the TPC, but it's based on that 2 slides with the bullet points of all the different steps. Thank you.
Any questions?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, again, I want to stress the discussion that we may come back and request for pushing that final adoption back. So I just want to make sure everybody is hopefully supportive of that, so we don't go back and put a lot of pressure on individual committees and subcommittees to do things that they don't have the answers to. So I want to be able to come to you, get an answer from you, go back to them. So I think it's fair to them to know that, yes, we're working on those things. The board has committed to have answers, but if we don't have the answers, there's not a rigid schedule. We'll slide it out as needed. Is that hopefully acceptable to everybody?
Mayor Winfield, it's not only acceptable to me, I think it's consistent with what we talked about at the August 25th meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next, item 8, Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan Update. Jeanette Green.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Regional Council. I'm going to attempt to get my camera on. I don't see that it's turning on. Hold on. It doesn't appear that my camera is going to turn on today, but I'll go ahead and present anyhow. My name is my name is Jeanette DeRen. I'm planning administrator here at PAG. And I am here to present today the 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, also called the RMAP. So you just heard a presentation on the OWP and then the TIP, and I'm rounding out the trifecta with the long range plan. So these are three of our largest projects here at PAG. And we're excited to be in the middle of the process of adopting the next plan. Just as a refresher, the long range plan is a federally required document that must be updated every 4 years. And the last updated RMAP was approved by this board in September of 2020. We've been working on the developing the foundation of the 2055 plan pretty much since the day the last plan was adopted. The 2055 plan will have a 30-year planning horizon. The update that was approved in 2020 focused mainly on updating technical elements, including demographic data, the project list, revenue projections, and developing the performance report. The 2055 RMAP will be a more extensive update, including data updates, but more thoroughly addressing revisions to the project list, reevaluating the finance plan and assumptions built into the revenue forecast, as well as a more extensive public outreach. As I mentioned, the 2055 plan has been in development since the approval of the last document. And more specifically, we've been working behind the scenes on updates that will guide and inform the plan as we move along. We've been focusing on updating the data for the activity-based model and the land use model. We're tracking performance measures and reporting on progress towards our PM targets. We built the RMAP Project Explorer and opened it up to clean up the project list and get focused on amending that project list. We're also tracking federal requirements for long-range planning, as well as preparing for new federal funding. And we're updating our finance plan and working toward that fiscally constrained number. So similar to the TIP, the RMAP has to be fiscally constrained, which means it has to be based off of a reasonable expectation of funding for the 30-year time frame. We've been developing methodology for the revenue projections and bringing those assumptions through the TPC for validation as we develop that fiscally constrained number. We've begun presenting this methodology to the TPC for federal and state funds, and we'll be bringing our local fund revenue projections to the TPC in November. A big piece of what we've done already is to start updating that project list. So we've worked with our TPC partners and gone into the project list and cleared out completed projects. We've modified existing projects, and we've deleted projects that are no longer valid or desired. So our next step, which will be starting early next year, will be to add new projects and refine the list to maintain that fiscal constraint. So that'll be the big piece where we go in and we add new projects that we think will be prioritized, as well as refining the cost estimates to the projects that are already in the plan. Our next steps will be to update our air quality modeling. We're moving from the EPA moves 2014B model, which it sounds sounds quite specific, but we just did a update to that. The EPA launched what's called the moves 3 model, and we'll be loading that in and using that as we move forward. We'll also be reopening that Project Explorer for new projects, agreeing upon that fiscally constrained bottom line number. We'll be folding in the new population projections, which we anticipate getting from the state the end of this year, and then we'll begin that public outreach. We have a project website up and running, so feel free to check it out when you get a chance. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Not seeing any questions. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
I will go to item 9, which is new federal program funding opportunities. Mr. Senda.
Good morning, afternoon, I think it is. We are now. Good afternoon. I'm David Zinda. It's nice to be with you all again. So you all requested some information on our new competitive and federal grant programs. So I'll provide an overview of many of these new and updated programs made available under the bipartisan infrastructure law or the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act. Choose your title. So the list is long, and I'll just briefly kind of skim over a lot of these. Your time is precious. This presentation is a little bit more abbreviated compared to what I presented Monday at the management committee, so you can reach out to those members if you have further details. Certainly, I'm available for questions at the conclusion of this program as well. Okay, so PROTECT grants. So this stands for Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation. This is going to be a new program this past fiscal year with the bill, as both a formulaic component as well as a competitive or discretionary grant component. It's going to fund both planning activities as well as actual projects. The formulaic portion of this program that's distributed is largely retained by ADOT, according to my understanding, and not distributed through MPOs. However, there are several grants for which not only MPOs, but also cities, towns, counties, and tribes are eligible. So first on the list, we have resilience planning grants to identify vulnerable assets, such risk as flooding or fire. Essentially, this is going to be a planning exercise you get some money for to inventory climate-prone risk to infrastructure. The latter two grants are going to build on what you have in that plan and bring the plan to actual projects, whether it be strengthening the resilience of that infrastructure identified in the plan, or improving community evacuation routes in high climate risk areas. Next program is one that we are not unfamiliar with, Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. This is a new incarnation of BUILD, or formerly Tiger Grant program, which of course brought the streetcar to life. And happy to say that we are recipients of some raised money at the maximum dollar amount, $25 million for the 22nd Street Bridge. Great win for our region. Next, we have a family of grants called Multimodal Planning Discretionary Grants. The largest of those are going to be the mega grant, which is going to support the most complex and expensive projects that are difficult to fund, at the tune of $500 million. Half of it will go a little bit lower than that. Half of projects will be funded at dollar amounts above $500 million. As an example, the state recently applied for this funding, as I understand, to expand I-10 between Chandler and Casa Grande, which I've briefed you on before. The Infra Grant program, second one on there, is not necessarily new, but its distinct flavor is really going to move into freight and economic development. Over $7 billion is available in funding over 5 years of the IIJA. And like the Infra Grant program, the Rural Surface Transportation Program also seeks to improve the connectivity and the movement of people and goods and economic development, but specifically across rural areas. So the stipulation is that projects that receive this grant money, or be eligible for them rather, are going to have to be outside of urbanized areas with populations over 200,000. So for our purposes, this really will exclude quite a bit of urbanized Tucson area. These are census designated boundaries, not jurisdictional boundaries, mind you, but areas such as Sahuarita Green Valley, Abra Valley, and other rural areas of Pima County, as well as tribes, can qualify. As for some new programs, we have Reconnecting Communities pilot program that provides funding to both planning activities as well as projects. The priority for this program is to restore community connectivity, whether that be removing existing infrastructure or otherwise mitigating the effects of transportation infrastructure that acts as a barrier to mobility, access, or even economic development. Priority is explicitly given to communities that are deemed economically disadvantaged. This program is going to provide about a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 2 million for the planning grants and up to 100 million for the construction grants. The next two new programs we have, first is going to be Safe Streets and Roads for All, new competitive grant program that aims to reduce transportation-related deaths and injuries. Like many of the other one, this one also has a planning component and a project grant component. And so as far as planning activities are concerned, what they deem as an action plan grant will identify ways, strategies to eliminate fatalities and analyze crash data, location and community input data, among other things, and mechanisms for evaluating outcomes to improve safety and the like. And then projects carried out for Project Link. The wildlife crossing safety pilots is going to provide about 70 million per year, pilot program, a little bit smaller funding, to support projects which reduce the number of wildlife vehicle collisions with an eye turned towards maybe more rural areas. About 60% of the funding is earmarked for that. There are several technology related programs as well. The first one, the Accelerated Innovation Deployment Demonstration Program, is the one that supports the pilot projects, the new and cool ideas, as it were. And by way of example, MAG received some funding, our friends up north, Maricopa Association of Governments, received some grant money for this for a SunCloud data portal to aid in planning activities, for which PAG is a partner. The second one, I think, is for a little bit more established technologies, Attain, and it will provide money to deploy, install, and operate advanced transportation technologies, which improve safety, mobility, efficiency, and so forth. Lastly, Smart Grants is a reincarnation of the last Smart City Challenge. I believe Columbus, Ohio was a recipient last time. This one does currently have a notice of funding opportunity out that is due on the 18th of this month. Next, we have the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant Program. You're likely already very familiar with this one. This also has both formulaic components as well as competitive grants. Formulaic components, once again, are largely in the hands of ADOT. Of the competitive grants, one can apply for community charging, for which half of the money is earmarked, which provides funding to low and moderate income communities, or second portion would be corridor charging along a designated alternative fuel corridor. There's quite a bit of money for our tribal communities as well. First one is a safety fund, which provides funding to reduce transportation-related injuries and fatalities on tribal land, and certainly there's a lot of information up there. And a couple of others as well. Tribes are eligible for funding under the nationally significant federal lands and tribal projects that provide what they designate as substantial benefits to tribal communities. Secondly, the Tribal High Priority Projects Program helps fill in the gap for priority projects on reservations for which there are insufficient funds to complete. And this would include infrastructure compromised by emergency or disaster or other kind of state of bad repair. Lastly, you're probably already aware there's a bridge investment program that provides competitive funding for bridges in fair or poor conditions. So I know this is a lot of information, so I direct you to this website where they have everything I have said and more, with due dates, with funding amounts, with other kind of notice of funding opportunities information at this website, and a nice grid that is very navigatable. So is there any questions that I can answer?
No, you go ahead. Just a quick question, because I know some of those, our town's perspective, we're already plugged into. Is it, in a general question, if you're a municipality and we're eligible for these, is it just natural the federal government already has our public works contact information or whatever it might be, and they already have a communication flow that sort of happens naturally? Or on some of these, if they're new, do we have to go out and search them out? Do they know who we are already, or do we have to for some of these notifications, or do they come to us naturally?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, thank you for your question. I can't quite speak, not having been in that position, but I think if your public works staff are receiving subscriptions from FHWA and the like, Department of Transportation, they tend to get that message through that there's grant opportunities and money available. And certainly we try to bring it up here too, to just have it on your radar.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, Mayor Murphy, thank you, David. So the link that David provided for you, you can have your staff go to that link. There's an opportunity to subscribe, and then they'll be able to receive those.
Right. And I know we're working on some, so they probably have already done
So
that.
my recommendation is ask them to subscribe so they can receive the information.
And then I just do one comment. Of course. For the ADOT ones, generally, do you inform us of that, or do we? Do they cascade down after it goes through ADOT? I just don't know how that works with having a representative with ADOT on how it's divvied out first and then we're informed of it, or you're out there, championing for us, or a combination of both.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, what, like David said, he talked about there's formulaic funding as well as competitive grant funding.
Right.
And the formulaic funding does come to ADOT. When he said most of it stays in ADOT, it's because a lot of it's ADOT requirements to expand. So it's not actually grants. It's just addition to the formulaic money that we're given, like we used to be given under the FAST Act.
Right.
Which when everybody takes a look, this was a comment I was going to make later in this conversation, but if you look at the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IIJ, either one where you want to count it, everybody goes, man, that's 5.2 million. Remember, we used to get about 3.5 roughly from FAST. So it's an increase. It's a significant increase.
Right.
Significant increase in the amount of money that comes to Arizona. However, in the formulaic funding, nearly 40% are to these new programs. So it's more money coming to us that we have to put towards the NITI, for example, and some of the other programs that we're briefed on. They're not really grants that we then have the ability to get out. A competitive grant piece of it you do with the federal government. Now, something to think about is the legislature did authorize funding for what they're a SMART fund, not related to the SMART that you saw up there, but another SMART fund where communities can apply to get somewhere between 25 and 50 million to help them compete for a grant. And that money could be used to create the grant, craft it, to hire folks to help you do it, to get it built, to maybe make the design of the project, because you always got to have the full opportunity thing ready to go when you go. But it can also be used as part of your matching funds. Because the bottom line on a lot of these grants, the larger matching funds you've got increases the likelihood of the federal government knowing it's a safe investment of their money, because you've already got the money available. Now, that 40% that's in the new projects that came down to us in the formulated funds, that leaves about 60% in the old. What I'll tell you is the money that will come down, it will be distributed to all the localities, then using the state formulated funds. But we believe that the majority of that's already been eaten up in the increased cost of construction. Yes, we all know inflation's at some I won't say all time, as Christine Ward said the other day, but at least since about the early 80s, we're at the point where we're at an inflation level that's higher than we've seen before. However, the cost of construction is even well above that. We've seen close to 40% increase of goods, materials, and labor, particularly the farther you get away from the urban environments. So most of that formulaic funding that's coming down, yes, it's great. We're glad to have it. We're glad the federal government forwarded, the law and passed it and put the money out there. But it doesn't mean that there's now a wealth of funds that are available. Matter of fact, the mega grant that David alluded to that ADOT applied for, we're starting to hear rumblings that things such as concern over regional funding that's going to be able in the future are impacting how they look at that ADOT very specific grant and how much they want to give to complete I-10. We were hoping to get about 350 million. But the state has 400 million that they put forward. So we've got over 50% of that fund, and they're already starting to look at, maybe that you're not going to get the full 350, which means we may not be able to complete the entire project in one shot. Hoping still that will turn out. That's why any support from any municipalities on writing our congressional delegation to put out there about the importance to complete I-10 3 lanes, from Phoenix to Tucson would be greatly helpful. But the big thing is, if you've got any questions on it, you can reach out to the ADOT folks that have been hired to work those SMART fund issues. And even if you aren't necessarily applying for the SMART funds, they may be able to help you in the grant process.
I could see from that, Chair. We had a construction project we bid out, and we budgeted about 250,000, and it came at 450,000. So I understand that. That's kind of, I guess, was tempering the excitement that there's money there, but it's probably going to be eaten up, and it wouldn't be a wealth of new opportunities potential.
Yeah, and we believe that's going to, as long as the current labor and supply chain issues and just cost of goods are out there, I think, and Murphy, that's very true. That's what you're going to see is a lot of additional funding will let us continue the work that we've got planned, but it's not going to be there so that we can do additional.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add to that conversation, thanks for bringing that up, Mayor Murphy. In addition to having authority, then there's another step, that's appropriation. And some of these programs are not fully funded yet. So they are out there, but they're not fully funded. So they might trickle down eventually, or at some point, some of these programs may never get funding. So that's another thing to look for.
And Mr. Chair, one last comment, just piggybacking on the executive director's comment on that is, so there were some very specific programs that did get appropriations with the authority. But there were a lot that just got the authority and do not have the federal appropriation of dollars.
Mhm.
So we think it's gonna be 5.2 million over the life that we will be getting. We don't billion over the life we're gonna get, but probably not gonna be that.
I was going to wait till November 9th to start writing, just depending on how.
Mhm. That's right.
Supervisor Scott has the floor, then followed by Mayor Honey, and then I believe Vice Chair. No, it was.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question might also harken back to our discussion about the tip. But the item mentions that these materials were reviewed with the management committee on Monday. And at that meeting, it was noted that we've received carbon reduction program funding, and that's being used for eligible planning level activities like commuter services, advanced traffic management technologies. So the question that I have is, does that free up potentially surface transportation grant block program funds that were rolled into the overall work program that might now be able to be devoted to RTA projects?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, when we developed the work program, we anticipated those future dollars coming. So that was actually a placeholder for that amount. So we do need those funds to complete the program. In general, because it's a new program, we're coordinating with ADOT between now and next year. So next year, we'll know a little bit more if there's any additional funds that are going to be available. But the first year of the program was designated for coordination between the MPOs and ADOT to be able to come back with answering that question in the future years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think General Maxwell very partially answered my question. Do most of these grant funds come through the MPO like PAG, and then it could be allotted to RTA? Or are a lot of those funds available directly to our cities and towns? Is there both ways on this thing or not?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, thank you for your question. I think it can go several different ways. I believe almost every single program I spoke to are eligible for cities and towns to apply for. So you don't necessarily have to go through the MPO, but certainly a regional collaboration may be beneficial in some circumstances.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, typically it depends on the requirements of the grant. In most cases, they want to see a regional component to the application. So typically we provide support letters for projects that are in our regional plan and adopted by regional council. And I asked, I think I sent out a memo on this earlier. So if you plan to apply for anything that does not already have regional support, please let me know in advance so we can bring it back to the regional council and obtain that request and support at a specific meeting.
Thank you.
Just a comment in terms of Mayor Murphy's question about applying, knowing about the opportunities. We have a task force at the city of Tucson that we put together specifically for this bipartisan infrastructure dollars and the Inflation Reduction Act possibilities because of the grant opportunities. And so we would be more than happy to share how the city of Tucson has, put this task force, infrastructure task force together any day, whatever help you all need. And then also with the mega grant, jurisdictions can put their support behind the I-10 ADOT project to
Right.
connect, to go to, I sent a letter to Secretary Buttigieg and had a conversation with his chief of staff in support of the mega grant for Arizona. And then, of course, the RAISE grant that we all know about, the $25 million RAISE grant that we received to benefit RTA project.
But that was directly.
That was with the city of
Exactly.
Tucson. The city of Tucson applied for the RAISE grant to benefit an RTA project and of course, a bridge that we desperately need. So, there's different ways. Either or, different ways of supporting each other and all the projects out there, but I would definitely encourage you all to be as aggressive as possible as a town to go after any federal opportunities because it benefits all of us.
Other questions? So, Mayor Merrill, thank you for that offer in regards to the city of Tucson task force. And experience with the other council.
Mr. Chair, that was just directed to.
All right, well, Mr. Senda, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, item 10 is an executive session. This is for legal advice to discuss personnel matters relating to complaints by PAG staff regarding harassment and retaliation. Any formal legal action on this item will take place in open session. Move into executive session. We'll go to the smaller conference room for this item.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, we need to have a vote.
I move to move to executive session.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Boothby.
With you?
So we'll reconvene our regular session. We'll come back from executive session. I move to direct staff as discussed in the executive session.
I'll second that.
Seconded, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. PAG meeting is adjourned. Move on to the RTA meeting. My order, please.
Mayor Ed Honey,
Here.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Here.
General Ted Maxwell,
Here.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
Here.
Supervisor Rex Scott,
Here.
Chairman Peter Yucapicio,
Here.
Mayor Regina Romero,
Here.
and Mayor Baffles.
Here. Move on to item number 2, call to the audience. Anybody?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any callers.
Thank you. Item 3 then.
Approval of the minutes, if you will, please.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Ayes have it. Thank you. On to item number 4.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board, we have 4 IGAs before you this afternoon. The first 2 relate to continuation of fixed route service, both expansion services and route services within the unincorporated areas and areas outside the corporate limits of the city of Tucson. Those are items 2022-12 and 2022-13. 2022-14 is a termination agreement which terminates the wildlife linkages improvements IGA with the town of Marana. The idea is that that will release about $1 million. We expect to come back and bring forward another IGA to make those funds available for the next phase of Tangerine Road. And then the final one is a IGA that provides local match to a RTA grant that has been identified for the Moron Hunt Drive multi-use path. That is shared with that.
Any questions?
Intergovernmental agreements on item 4.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes? Ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we are requesting that you authorize the executive director to negotiate a contract with Next Generation Inc. doing business with State Aqua Transportation for service through the June 3rd, 2026 with additional extensions available. This was a solicitation that was done in conjunction with Maricopa Association of Governments and Valley Metro. This is something that we've used this provider for as long as the RTA has been in service. They've done a good job. They were the only respondent to the solicitation, and we recommend.
So moved.
Second.
You all in favor?
Aye.
Ayes? Ayes have it. Next item.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, what we're bringing before you today is a recommendation to appoint Ramon Valadez and reappoint Chuck Nagarati and Kelly Naslin as jurisdictional representatives to the RTA cart. They would have terms that would terminate on June 30, 2026.
I'll make a motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes? Ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd like to request that we move item 8 in front of item 7. 7 and 9 are directly kind of aligned with each other. We've had a long day already, and I think 8's going to have probably some discussion necessary in it. So because 7 and 9 go together, if we can move 8 in front of 7, address that one, and then move into two that kind of collaborate with each other.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Blue.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board, this is the ongoing discussion of the cost to complete of RTA projects. As you know, we've been working with jurisdictional staff to identify
current construction costs. We've identified those and believe we have a meeting of the minds with jurisdictional staffs on that. We have also identified 4 projects for either deferral or delay. The first 2 were acted upon by the RTA board in June. That was the deferral of RTA number 5 Silver Bell stage 3 and RTA 13 First Avenue to RTA Next. And at its October 18th meeting, the City of Tucson Mayor and Council recommended delay of 2 projects. They are RTA 19, which is the 22nd Street Stage 3, that's the western end of it, and the northern end of Houghton Road, which is Stage 8, basically north of Broadway, at extending out to Tanque Verde. The RTA TMC also recommended the delay of these 2 projects. With those scope reductions, we believe that the cost to complete the adjusted amount is $702.8 million. That is excluding the estimated cost of utility reimbursements. And that is consistent with the table that was provided in your packet. There's another $197 million that would amount to the deferred projects. Looking at how that squares up with our available resources, we believe that we have, I'm going to skip a slide here. Oh, one second. Anyway, we have $957.459 million available to us when we look at all of the revenues that we believe are available. That is in the pessimistic outlook for RTA funds that was identified in the revenue forecast. And that would take us through the end of collection of current RTA. Look at the other costs that we expect to incur. We expect to incur costs in outstanding safety projects, a little over $2 million. Most of that's in the city of South Tucson for 2 intersection projects. We've got environment and economic vitality projects, which include a wildlife crossing near Cells and some other bike and pedestrian projects, as well as our ongoing Main Street Business Assistance Program. And then we have transit expenses that are estimated at $132.4 million. We have $119 million in outstanding debt service that would close out the Series 2014 and 2017 bonds. We've already satisfied the 2011 bonds. We have administration that consists of a number of things, namely 1% of the RTA revenue is available to us for planning, plus we expect to have expenses for collection of sales taxes. That's statutory. That's comes down to us from Arizona Department of Revenue. There are costs of audits, and there is the cost of an election, which we put at $2 million. So that's the $8.7 million there. Total estimated costs, $978.164 million. That would leave us in pessimistic outlook about $20.7 million, which is considerably better than the prior $140 million we were looking at. And this is a direct result of 2 things: the better looking revenues and even under the pessimistic forecast, and the reduction of projects. With that, as I mentioned, it doesn't include the 4 other projects, and clearly the baseline and optimistic forecasts are more careful. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman? You know, we had an extensive conversation at the Mayor and Council about funding needs for RTA projects and the cost to complete the projects. We have a very explicit direction from my colleagues on the council to bring. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I started the conversation about the conversation that we had at Mayor and Council. First and foremost, yes, we did vote to delay two projects that total about $133.6 million in today's dollars. I also want to acknowledge that I'm in the meet, that the city of Tucson and the RTA staff and team did agree on the current cost estimate. So we did agree on that. What we have not had further discussion on is the funding need. As we all know, we've talked about at this table, the funding need is kind of moving still because of the costs of construction. So we have not completely, the city of Tucson and the RTA staff have not completely agreed on the funding need. So I did want to talk about the direction that my colleagues on the council gave me. And I don't know if this is the most appropriate item to talk about, or item, what is it, 7? Or item 7. In terms of the motion given our October 18th.
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, this is the item that we wanted to discuss
item 8.
regarding that and
Okay.
from the city
Perfect.
council.
So you all received by email, and then I really appreciate you having a physical copy here on the letter dated October 31st from our city manager, Mr. Michael Ortega. I wanted to be very specific in terms of the direction that my colleagues on the council set me here to deliver, because it was alluded to in the explanation in the summary of this conversation, but it wasn't explicit. And I believe that my colleagues on the council wanted to make it very, very explicit. So the motion that was made and duly seconded, and I want to read it. I want to make sure that I include it as a motion. And it was very much based on a motion that was made by Mr. Maxwell and approved, I believe, unanimously by this board back in January. So I'd like to move that we recommend to the RTA board, us, that the following projects be delayed in terms of completion to give the RTA board an opportunity to find other funding sources, including all regionally allocated funding and the possibility of inclusion in a possible RTA next. If that ends up going to the voters, the Houghton Road Stage 8, Broadway to Tanque Verde and 22nd Street Stage 3, I-10 to Kino Parkway. In alignment with General Maxwell's motion in January, those delayed projects be front-loaded to the beginning of the RTA next, and that they do not count against the city's RTA next project list. For the projects not being recommended for delay, that the rest of those are that are unfunded, the RTA board needs to ensure delivery of those projects as we promised to the voters in 2006, using any and all available funding allocated to PAG and or RTA. This does not indicate that the city agrees that not completing the projects as originally outlined to the voters in 2006 is acceptable. So we are not walking away from the projects. And finally, we recommend that the RTA board includes any and all regionally allocated funding towards the completion of the 2006 RTA program that they receive up to through 2026 or as long as necessary to complete the projects. Oh, that's in the form of the motion.
Questions?
I agree with everything but the last couple of sentences there. I don't even care up till 2026 if funding, because we're tying up PAG funding, which would be STP and 12.6, for lack of a better term, state and federal monies. in their entirety. But I have a problem with tying them for perpetuity. It could be 8 years down the road, depending on what happens, that we tie up PAG funds. Now I'm talking. I have a little bit of an issue with that. I understand what you're saying, and it to a point, maybe up to 26 or something. I understand what we can do, but if you put it in there for perpetuity, you know, depending on how, I have a little bit of an issue with that point.
Sure. No, when I was reviewing it last night, I would share the same concern because there is not just 2 projects we're moving, you know, there's potentially 4 projects we're moving. And, you know, the easy math is we get 25 million from the state, 25 million from the feds. So I don't think it's fair to the other, and we don't have any in Salarita as part of that. But the other 2 projects are not being considered that got moved. If this is all only counting if RTA next doesn't go through, that's, you know, hopefully it does. But if it doesn't, this motion ties up all that additional funding, which takes the other 2 projects off. And if that's all there is 25 million and 25 million, I don't have to come to the meeting anymore because there's nothing to divide. There's nothing to have a conversation on because all the money has been allocated. So I'm with you, Mayor. I'm okay up to 2026 because we've always made that recommendation as a council. All monies that come in through the RTA, first one goes to complete the projects, but to set that parameter that in perpetuity that all this money only goes to these 2 particular projects, not to the other 2 and not to the other municipalities.
Just to clarify, it says to the RTA, to the 2006 RTA program. So we were not being singular on just the city of Tucson. It was the entire RTA program.
Right.
2006 RTA.
But then can you continue on those last couple of sentences after that?
No, that was the last sentence.
Because there was one about we'll find it. My
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make sure that we clarified.
page.
The motion is on the council action report. Page 10.
Or as long as necessary to complete those projects. So the way I read that was that's 27, 28, 29, and 30, which again, doesn't allow for the consideration of the other projects that haven't been funded, as well as any of us, if RTA sunsets, there is no other funding for any of the rest of us to consider. That's how I read it.
And then supervisor, and then we'll go to you. The 2 things. First of all, the final part says, and finally, we recommend that the RTA board includes any and all regionally allocated funding towards the completion of the 2006 RTA program that they receive up through 2026 or as long as necessary to complete these projects. I take the program to mean all of the projects that we're recommending to be deferred to RTA next. In fact, I've had conversations with the executive director where what has been said is that we would say to the CAC, there's $150 million that you're not going to program because that will go towards the 4 projects that we are deferring to RTA next. Now, if RTA next doesn't pass, then we've already said, not just in this motion, but in the one that that General Maxwell crafted that we passed some time ago, that we're committed to completing all the projects. So what I took this from the city to be is an affirmation that the mayor and the council were seeking that was on top of commitments that we've already made. But I didn't see it to be anything new or necessarily controversial. And again, because it refers to the RTA program, I'm taking all projects to be under that general heading. Aaron?
Yeah, and even at that, the other two projects are not going to be quite as much, the county and the town of Marana's project on Silverville Road and stuff, which is all fine and dandy, but I even question whether or not this board, the RTA, has the right to make a commitment on PAG money, which is the same people but a different board, for perpetuity to get these projects done. I think even though we're the same people, we're kind of stepping back and forth across the line. One of the reasons Marana was willing to push their project to RTA Next is we're big supporters of RTA Next. If we put the final verbiage, 26 and beyond, there's no major reason for any of the three of us that have those projects. The city has the biggest, but the county and the town, to be big pushers of RTA Next, because our projects are going to get funded and we're just obligating PAG funds for the next 10 years or whatever. And I think that puts us in a pretty tough situation. And I'm not against doing some of this stuff, but I think we have to draw a line in the sand somewhere.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think right now I fully understand both sides of this discussion because I think as a board have been very consistent over our time in saying that we are committed to completing all the projects in RTA. And we've been very consistent that that's what we want to do. We may be able to rework that last line a little bit because I understand what the city's looking for. They're looking for a affirmation that we still are living by that commitment to finish the 4. Right now, this will move us up to 4 projects that have been potentially delayed into RTA Next. And I would hope all the municipalities that are involved in those 4 want to see them get done, as we've also said we would. But we've talked about, PAG pump money that's not getting used for other things when we went for the road. I know Mayor Romero, you even mentioned that at one meeting, you were concerned that were things we were supposed to do as PAG. So I get the concern about tying it. So if there's a way that would be acceptable to the city where we can maybe change that last lining just to really state we are committed and we will at some point finish those projects. I don't think folks are going to leverage it and say, oh, we know they're going to get done, so we're going to use the fact that we're getting those 4 done to vote no on RTA Next. Because as we've talked about time and time again here, if RTA Next doesn't get passed and there's no regional funding, there's no state funding for expansion, because state funds will all be used for preservation of our current state and federal highways and even our non-state highways that are under responsibility of ADOT. And as we talked about at the earlier meeting, the IIJ is just a 5-year plan. And we were under just extension and extension and extension and extension on FAST Act forever as well. And finally, this was the first year they passed a whole new plan. There's no guarantee 5 years from now we're going to see that money, especially the one-time discretionary competitive grants. So I understand both sides. And Mayor, I don't know if there's some language that we can maybe tweak that so it's not, all PAG dollars will be gone. There's nothing we can do because honestly, in 2027, something may come up that will even be a priority of the city that they want to spend money on. That's not getting to their projects or the projects that aren't done yet right now. We do want to leave some flexibility. And I guess we could always go change the vote later at that time too. But I get the concerns, but I think we're still speaking the same language.
I think if I may, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I was going to say, I think what General Maxwell said accomplishes what we both want to do. We say we want to get the projects done, but if the verbiage you had from that is pretty much all money will go until it kind of ties our hands moving past 2026.
No,
I mean, we want to get it done. And you may get half the money past 2026, for a while or something, but it said all the money.
we said any and all sources.
Right.
So
any and all sources, which I take as all the money.
So if I may read another piece that says the first piece is that we recommend the RTA board that we delay the projects, that it gives the RTA board an opportunity to find other funding sources, including all regionally allocated funding and the possibility of inclusion in the RTA next. So that language is very specific to giving the RTA board the flexibility we need to find whatever funds we need, whether it's federal, whether it's regional. But what the city of Tucson needs to be very clear on, and that's why I wanted to read this motion, is that the 2006 RTA program should be delivered to the voters as we said we were going to deliver to the voters. And so the first piece of the motion gives the RTA board the flexibility to do whatever we need to do to find the funds. We've already done, as I see it, we've done our work on the mayor and council side to make sure that we add to trying to solve the problem. The problem is a funding gap, a severe funding gap. And so the city of Tucson went and searched for a $25 million raise grant. We put that on the table. We put on the table $133 million worth of delayed. However, we decide to, potentially fund, and other jurisdictions have done the same thing. So I don't see what the problem is. It's giving us flexibility. It's giving the board, the RTA board, autonomy to try and find additional solutions. And unless you're saying you're not committed to delivering the 2006 program to the voters, I don't know if you have a problem with that.
No, that's not the issue. I just think there needs to be, it seems to me, federal and state money, you're talking about all the money PAG gets is federal and state money.
Well,
I don't want to lock that in. We get the project done or how quickly we lock it in. I think it does tie our hands moving down the road past 26.
But let's look at what we're already doing in practice. We, in the tip, we're not putting fiscal year 27 and 28 funds because we anticipate needing them to fund RTA projects. We had that discussion today. We had it back in August. They weren't included in the notice of funding ability because we anticipate them being needed for RTA projects. So what we're already doing in practice in terms of the development of the tip is incorporated into these sentences. We're doing it. And I don't see that we're saying anything that's that drastic or that ties our hands. We're already taking these actions. And so that's why I didn't see this as anything necessarily novel or restrictive or even prescriptive because of things that we've already said and including things that we talked about today.
Not doing 27 and 28 money. I got recognized by the chair, so I'm not just jumping. Doesn't mandate that it be spent here. It just says we're not going to program that money. That doesn't mean something else doesn't come up that we need to do certain things. I mean, PAG has more obligations than just strictly the RTA, which we've given most of the money to in the last, 4 years, 5 years. And I just thought it was a little restrictive. I'm not against doing the project, but at that, I thought the verbiage didn't give us that choice once we approve it.
No, and to piggyback off of that, what if in 27, the city comes to us and says, oh, the world's changed or whatever, and we would rather do, this project coming up as opposed to the, one of the two projects that got moved. This would appear to say, well, no, we don't even have that flexibility to do that because, to General's point, if the 25 million from the state money is gone, all now wills we have is 25 million for PAG from the federal money, but the general would like to say something. I'm taking you back.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, you want to clarify that 25 million, that's the HERF formulated.
Oh,
fund that's
okay,
coming down.
okay.
That's not going to go away.
Okay.
I'm telling
So
you,
now
the
we're at
state's not going to be able to do any state funded expansion projects were very, very minimal throughout the state. So Mayor, would you accept just removing the and all regional funding? Because I think if you take and all, if you just take and all out of there, you eliminate what Mayor Murphy and Mayor Honey are against, but at the same time, it's still a commitment to complete all those projects. Because you still got as long as necessary. So that means, for example, let's say there was one project that needed 10% of the PAG money we have available. 90% went to complete those projects. We used the 10% with the vote of the board. You can take a vote of the board to prove that, but it just, the all sounds mandatory, and that's how it's being interpreted. So if it just,
Is that your
I
perspective?
would support that if the and all came out. And it gave us a little bit of flexibility. With some big, and it could be a city project or one of ours or something. Something may come up to where we need a little bit of flexibility, you know.
but we haven't removed any of the language that's still committed to completing all the projects from the 2006 RTA movement. No.
Well, I feel comfortable. Do you feel comfortable with that
I do.
language change?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I absolutely feel comfortable. I know, I want to reiterate what Rex said is that we're already in this practice, right? We're already trying to do everything we possibly can to finish those projects.
Yeah,
So
we'll continue.
as long as it's, you know, it delivers the 2006 RTA program to the residents of our region, I'm more than happy.
Any other questions? If not, there's a motion.
Mr.
Some
Chair,
changes.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear for the record, can we hear the motion again,
Motion
just
again?
for the record?
We recommend to the RTA board that the following projects be delayed in terms of completion to give the RTA board an opportunity to find other funding sources, including all regionally allocated funding and the possibility of inclusion in RTA next. If that ends up going to the voters, the Houghton Road Stage 8, Broadway to Tanque Verde project and 22nd Street Stage 3, I-10 to Keno Parkway project, in alignment with General Maxwell's motion in January. Those delayed projects be front-loaded to the beginning of the RTA next, and that they do not count against the city's RTA next project list. For the projects not being recommended for delay, the rest of those that are unfunded, the RTA board needs to ensure delivery of those projects as was promised to the voters in 2006, using any available funding allocated to PAG and or RTA. This does not indicate the city agrees that not completing the projects as originally outlined to the voters in 2006 is acceptable. So we are not walking away from those projects. I think that's the intent of the motion. And finally, recommend that the RTA board includes any regionally allocated funding towards the completion of the 2006 RTA program that they receive up through 2026 or as long as necessary to complete those projects. So I removed in this, any and all.
There was a second.
And all.
Mr. Hold a second.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. Thank you. Move on to back to 7 there. Or is
Yes.
it 9?
Yes, please, number 9. I'm number 7.
Number 7.
Excuse me, before we go off of number 8, could I ask Mr. DeGroot a couple of questions unrelated to the motion? And these are questions that I got from staff, and you may hear them again from staff, but there's $49 million in HERF 12.6% balance. How much of this is programmed on projects? Has the remainder included? Has the remainder been included in the revenue estimate for cost to complete?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, all of the 12.6 funds that we expect to receive are included in these estimates. The only significant difference between the estimates, pessimistic estimate and the optimistic and baseline estimates, is that we have not shown in the pessimistic forecast all of the funds that are now currently being estimated as available that the state has identified as likely available. We've taken a pessimistic view. It is similar to the view that we have on RTA revenue in that we anticipate potential for an economic recession. And in that condition, there may be a decline in the 12.6 revenues. 12.6 revenues that we are showing in here in the pessimistic forecast are consistent with what is in current adopted 22 to 26 tip. Anything that goes beyond that in terms of additional revenues would be reflected in that some of which we have actually realized today. And those dollars are in the baseline and optimistic forecasts. I hope I answered your question.
No, I think you did. It was a question related to the existing balance. But no, I think you did. Do we anticipate getting any additional STBGP funding in the current with the new federal legislation?
At this point, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, we've not shown any additional increase in the STBG funds other than those that we've already realized. At this point in time, our understanding is there is still discussions that need to take place regarding bands of funding bands. This is something that would be worked out through the TIP process on a forward basis. So my understanding is that that's still a work in process. Most of the IIJA funds, build funds, if you will, as Jamie said earlier, are going to be coming out in the form of grant programs. And so in terms of the formulaic funds that we receive through ADOT, those have not been changed in this system.
And then what's the annual HERF 12.6% and STBGP estimate used in the calculation? And I'm going to add to that question, that varies depending on whether we're using the baseline optimistic or pessimistic, correct?
That's correct. And you know what we've been roundly speaking to is somewhere in combined somewhere in the $40 to $50 million range.
Combined for
the STBG and the HERF 12.6.
Got it. And then one other question, Mr. Chair, if I could, are there things that we haven't talked about yet that we can do as a region to work collaboratively to obtain more federal grants that might be available to help fund the revenue gap?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, I'm probably ill-equipped to address that one. That's probably something that my colleagues on the PAG side of the house probably would be better able to address. Again, I think it goes towards those grant funds that they're tracking and that you heard Mr. Zinn speak to earlier. A lot of that we're still in the rules writing stage. Okay. And I applaud the city for their efforts. They've been kind of leading the way on trying to understand and get out in front of the federal programming. That's something we need to stay tuned to. And we need to support everybody getting as much out of that.
That's a work in progress as we get out of the, as you call it, the rules making phase and get a better sense of what the lay of the land is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Herbert.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, if I may just add to that. We talked about it previously at the PAG meeting as well, but just for the sake of anybody that's watching as well. So when the federal authorization came out, there was a lot of excitement that there was going to be more money. But as we spend more and more time on it, as we talked about with the appropriation and the rules and all that, we're all recognizing that most of those dollars are going to be competitive. So going back to STBG funds, I personally don't anticipate a spike in those funds at all. If anything, those funds are going directly to the state and they're being spent on state facilities and they're not coming down to our regional level.
Mayor?
And I just wanted to thank you so much for delaying us from going to the other item, because I wanted to, on this particular item, I had made a note for myself that part of the funding needs analysis, there's a note that I wanted to ask. We are the city of Tucson regarding First Avenue, the city of Tucson is trying to save us money to going, from going to 7 lanes to 5 lanes. And this item basically says that assumes 4 lane preferred section pending RTA board approval. That could possibly save the RTA money a lot of money as well in order for us to be able to deliver this particular project. And it is one of the projects that the mayor and council were very, very clear on in terms of moving forward. So my question is, the RTA board still needs to approve going from the 7 lane to the 5 lane or 6 lane, 4 lane, however you want to describe it. So I just want to make sure that we bring that particular piece of the puzzle to some conclusion. Do we need to put this on the board, RTA board, for on the agenda for board consideration?
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, if you recall, we had that discussion back in June. The recommendation of the TMC committee was to bring it back to the board at some point and discuss having further public outreach. So that's really where we left off on that project. So be happy to bring it back again and continue the conversation.
Any other questions? Now we're on number 7.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board, bringing before you this afternoon, the RTA, the updated RTA privilege tax forecast. It's run by the Eller Business Research Center. This is now becoming an annual update instead of an every few years update. We most recently did one a year ago, and we are now considering the effects as we're seeing them come out with respect to the recovery from the pandemic and the effect of increased inflation and increased revenue, basically salaries that are being experienced by our residents. That's translated. The estimate looks forward 30 years. It's based on the data set from IHS Market. It's part of what the Eller Business Research Center does every year. Their statewide forecast. They look primarily at the Tucson and Phoenix metro areas. They develop some estimates for that. This is a product that we're able to derive from their efforts. We take our estimate in nominal dollars or year of collection dollars, including inflation within them. And then what we've asked the Eller Business Research Center to do is then deflate them to, we initially asked them to deflate them to $2024 because we felt that would be useful as we're talking about an RTA continuation or RTA next program. We also asked them to deflate it to $2022 as well, so we could look at what that means to us in today's funds. The estimate acknowledges the impact of the post-pandemic economy and the potential for a near-term recession. It is significantly different from the 2021 forecast that we received. And as I mentioned, higher prices and higher disposable income are the reason for the drivers for that. The baseline scenario assumes continued gradual recovery, and the pessimistic scenario anticipates a U.S. recession in the near term and higher inflation in the long term. What we're looking at on this particular table, Exhibit 1, is our tax base. What do we have? What are we spending basically as a region? And you can see that we have increased substantially between 2020 and 2022. In this, you see that rather sharp incline in the graph at the end. You can see that we're looking now at about $20 billion worth of the tax base. This follows the Great Recession, which is the big dip that you see kind of center in the graph. And in 2018, we finally returned to our pre-pandemic or pre-recession levels. But when you look at the RTA tax base relative to inflation, and this is again adjusted to 2024 dollars, so it's future, but you can see that we are only now just reaching the tax base when you look at it in an inflation adjusted fashion of what we were pre Great Recession. What's more disturbing is that if you look at it on a per capita basis, we're not there yet. Now this graph only goes to 2021. We don't have the data that goes beyond that into 2022, but you can see that that we're still not on a per capita basis at the tax base that we were pre-recession. We are, now this graph only goes to 2020. This talks about how we're changing in terms of our spending patterns. We're going from spending money on goods to spending money on services. And that's largely driven by expenditures on healthcare, frankly. And as we age as a community, our healthcare expenditures become more dominant in our spending profile. This is something that, again, only goes to 2020 locally. So we don't have more recent data or post-pandemic data. We know that with the pandemic, we saw a slowdown in healthcare spending, in part because many healthcare decisions were deferred. And with the stimulus checks and such, we actually saw an increase in goods purchasing. So that was that's not reflected in this graph, but on the national graph that I'm going to show you next, it is shown. And if you had looked at this graph that I showed you last year and compared it to this year, what you'd see is that spike that's associated with the current year actually was a much sharper spike. We're showing continued spending on goods or disposal, using our disposable income on goods for a more prolonged period than we had expected. That purchasing of goods is continuing at a rate that we hadn't previously expected, but we do believe that as we as a nation continue to move beyond the pandemic, we'll return to that pattern of more services than goods in our use of disposable income. This is Pima County income growth as it's expressed. Again, it's in nominal dollars per year of collection dollars. We're looking at it in the long term at about 4.5%. That's up from 4% that we had shown last year. Last year, if you looked at this graph, you'd see associated with this year and next year, you would have actually seen it going negative. We're not saying that income growth is going to be negative here. It's actually still positive, although as we come out of this stimulus phase, we're not seeing the it is dropping in terms of growth, and but that's a fairly short-term period. If you look at the long-term projected yield of the RTA, this is the baseline scenario. We went out 30 years. More than covers the period that we're looking at for RTA next. You can see that we're showing a continued growth with our revenue in last year at about $110.3 million, going up to a number of almost $280 million by 2052. Again, this includes inflation, so that's a big portion of this increase. If you look at it in nominal dollars on a percentage basis, you can see that we're looking at a growth rate of approximately 3% nominally. And if you take that out and look at the yield to the RTA under a baseline optimistic and pessimistic forecast, the red line represents that baseline that we talked about that I showed you in the prior slide. The dashed line represents the more optimistic forecast. And the pessimistic forecast is the one with the circles in it. That actually is lower on the near term, and then it exceeds the baseline forecast. That's largely because it anticipates a higher level of inflation than the baseline forecast. We take it down to $2024, you take the inflation out of it, put it in current year dollars. We'd be looking at a modest growth over the next 30 years in the baseline forecast, more aggressive, obviously, more optimistic. And then for the pessimistic forecast, we'd see a short-term decline and then more or less steady state at about what's currently about $120 million a year. With that, in the short term, we're looking at, when you look at the forecasts, we're looking at adding about $40 million to the revenue estimate from what we had previously shown. That's for the RTA plan. And if we look at the future plan, the RTA next plan, we'd be looking at in 2024 dollars on the pessimistic forecast, about 2.3 billion if it was from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 45, and it would increase to 2.7 billion on the baseline forecast. As we're talking about making recommendations to you, we're going to be recommending that we look at the more pessimistic numbers, in part because that gives us flexibility. It's better to under promise and over deliver. And if we have the opportunity to, if we enjoy better revenues, we can make decisions in a later date on how we use those funds. And we did, I know there was some question about, oh, have you had anybody else look at it? We did have Mr. Jim Rounds with Rounds Consulting. We've used him in the past and he's fairly highly thought of in the Phoenix metro area. He said he indicated his support for our use of the pessimistic forecast in short term, early years of RTA next. But he indicated he felt much more optimistic about the Tucson region in the longer term, and he's been doing work with, I believe, the UOA Tech Center, and so he has some familiarity with what's happening here. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the information I wanted to present, and of course, as you know, everything's subject to change. So, Mayor.
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, no, this is just this is just for, obviously for your use as we move forward, and the previous action you took was based on some of this information already, and your future actions will be based on some of this information, but those are specific actions in the future.
But I always think predicting how much funds is there. Doesn't exciting. So I'm going to have to excuse myself. Today is this last meeting of the mayor representing South Tucson, and I just wanted to thank him for his service. South Tucson and for contributions to the PAG RTA boards. For
So that's Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy. That's the next item on the agenda. We can talk a little bit more about that. But again, same thing. We'll use this as an opportunity to go back and look at what budget we want to establish for the new plan.
Just a follow-up question. Incorporating both Eller and Rounds, it seems that the pessimistic and the baseline are more likely to be not exactly, but closely aligned to each other. So taking both of their observations, projections into consideration, it makes sense to go with the pessimistic because it also tracks very closely with the baseline.
I just want to echo that. So going back to what Mayor Romero said as well, our recommendation would be to lean more towards the pessimistic estimate as well. And he confirmed that, but he was a little bit more optimistic. We'd rather kind of roll that back a little bit.
Just one last comment on that, because when I saw that one chart, that was just, skyrocketing the whole time, I'm like, where's the recession? Where's the pandemic? Where's the, because nothing gives me comfort. It just goes like this the whole way.
As the only one here that was here when we started, we were really optimistic and things were going to grow like crazy. And to be all honest, we thought 2.1 billion. And we ended up getting about 1.6 really. I mean, if we hadn't thrown a bunch of PAG money at the program, we just wouldn't be doing projects now. And I agree with Mayor Romero. I think we need to be cautious. I mean, we want to build a program, but I'd rather get to the end and have a little extra money or something than I would come up short again and trying to figure out how to make the program work. So.
Any other comments? Or none, we'll go to number 9.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're going to be talking about the development of the RTA Next plan. I know Ms. Rico would normally be presenting this because she's all about RTA Next, but she's was unavailable to attend today. So I'll pitch it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, Jim. But if I may, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm going to stand up and leave after this comment. I promise.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure that we talk about leaving some flexibility with the categorical piece of the conversation, because I know that we've been heavy in our conversations on named projects, but haven't really dug into the categorical, like transit and all of that. And I'd really like to get some input from the CAC and the TMC in terms of the percentages we're going to assign the different categories for the possibility of an RTA Next. That would be my recommendation. I hope you have a great conversation, and I'm sorry to abandon you, but I have a commitment at 5:30. So thank you all. Have a great conversation. Thank you, Jim. And we will be seeing you all soon. Have a wonderful rest of your week.
Sir.
Okay, all right. Well, as you know, we've received a list of project recommendations that amounts to approximately $4.6 billion. The TMC had a workshop that resulted in a reduction of that list to about 1.9 billion for projects that they felt were the most meritorious for further consideration. We're recommending that we look at a reasonable target for named project in the range of about $1.1 billion. Project scopes and cost estimates are still needing some work. And in fact, many of these cost estimates were pre the most recent round of inflation. So they are going to likely go up. So we're going to still have to trim this list down substantially. In terms of recent activities, the CAC did meet on October 3rd, and we provided them with information on what took place at the TMC workshop. On October 5th, they started working on a project evaluation tool. They have a working group that's looking at ways to evaluate the various projects. On the October 17th CAC meeting, the member jurisdictions, or a number of the member jurisdictions presented their projects. We've asked all of the jurisdictions to try to share with the CAC their priorities and what they see in the projects that are being forwarded for their consideration. This will continue on to October, this will continue on to their next meeting. In the meantime, they also had an additional meeting of the CAC project tool evaluation work group.
when those presentations were done to the CAC, how well they were received, or were they just listening, or did they agree, disagree, weigh in, anything?
At this point in time, I think they've been pretty open to hearing what the projects are, not weighing in necessarily to you know,
Racking and stacking or?
yeah, exactly. I know there were some questions raised regarding the ADOT projects and, you know, kind of well, what's ADOT's role in this? What's our role in funding ADOT? ADOT usually gives us money, sorry. But you know, what's the what's the basis for doing that? Some discussion of that, and that's going to be an ongoing conversation. And they're going to continue these conversations next week. I know on Monday they have the remaining jurisdictional members will be presenting. I know King County has lined up their list of projects, and I believe Oak Valley may be doing it as well. And following those presentations, they'll begin to have the discussion about coming up with a named list. We know that the board has asked that they have a list prepared to by the December 8th board meeting, and they will be working in the meantime to try to achieve that and come up with their preferred list of projects. With that, be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and certainly open to hearing your thoughts, particularly as it relates to what kind of guidance should be given to CAC.
In regard to CAC, when Marana made its presentation, it wasn't very well received by a few people. And one of the people made a comment that, you know, she thought it should be 85% transit and basically no new roads. I don't listen to CAC meetings because my blood pressure gets too high. But I get reports and then I call Ted and get his blood pressure. But when I appreciate the CAC and what they do, but I think the parameters for the buckets or whatever you want to call them has to be set at this point. And you know, if we set some guidelines, after talking to several people, I know different communities' needs are different. And one community's needs may be transit, and the other community's needs are capital roads or intersections. And I think if we kind of set those buckets up, you know, they don't have to be stringent, but some kind of guidelines. You know, in the first RTA, it was about 58% capital and 23% transit and 12% safety. It was, I have a copy that I got, but, you know, are you waving it at me? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we look at everybody's independent needs, if most of the transit needs are in Tucson and that's one of their priorities, then that becomes, that gets charged out to part of your percentage of the plan. You know, and what we did before is we broke all the capital out and did transit almost separate. And you know, we need to keep everybody in the game and respect everybody's needs. But the CAC should not decide what the buckets are going to be. We should decide the general buckets and then let the CAC go through the programming and the plans and decide which ones have priorities and which ones will be done first or which ones won't be done. Because really the choice for those, where those monies go, is right here. And I just
just had a question because you were probably the only person here. When the CAC was building, because the individual needs I think are different, did that kind of sort of start to build the buckets, or did they start with a general number of the buckets, and then as the projects were filling, did they move a little bit, or how did you come up with the original buckets to begin with, I guess is my question.
Well, everybody submitted their projects. And there was some political wheeling and dealing.
So that built the
And,
budget.
and that kind of helped get some of the buckets set up.
Okay,
Tucson came in and said, we want to build the streetcar. Very expensive project, needed federal money, RTA money, their money, state money, and everything else. And they pushed most of their projects to the end of the plan.
Right.
Rana already had a 0.5 cent sales tax transportation plan in effect. And when we came in, they said, you know, we want to do this and we want to do that. And what we said is, hey, we've got a couple of projects. Twin Peaks Road is one of them that we want done fairly early in the plan because we have it in our plan. And that politically got put into early in the plan. So that's how some of it was kind of political give and take. I'm not saying anybody was wrong. I'm just saying that's kind of how it worked. I want us to set some kind of parameters. You know, transit's not the most important thing in the world to me.
Right.
I live in a 126 square mile community. I need interchanges of roads. But for some of the other areas, transit may be the most important thing and they don't need interchanges in roads, or that's not their priority. I just think we need to kind of set some parameters, and several of us have been talking about the buckets and how we're going to at least set them up. It doesn't mean they're rigid.
Right.
It's just, it's kind of a guideline. If we use the old RTA plan
right,
as a guideline.
right.
Then if there are legitimate high priority plans, you start making adjustments from that. And I'd like to use the old plan kind of as a base to start with. And then if we need to make adjustments, we do along the way.
Any other points of discussion?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may add, so thank you, Jim. So if you recall at the last meeting and even at the June meeting, the motion that was made at the June meeting was to be able to give that additional direction. So as we start developing the plan, there's some guidelines along the lines of what Mayor Honey was just discussing. So I would really appreciate if you would consider making that as a guideline so we can at least start tweaking and making some adjustments. And then as far as what dollar amount to use, as we just discussed under the previous item, the 2.3 billion is the reasonable number to start with. Obviously, we can make adjustments as we go back and make any final recommendations to you. But I would really like a direction from you to at least move forward with those two items, using the bucket alignment and then the 2.3 as a starting point. And then, as Jim mentioned, again, based on the conversations we've been having at the TMC and CAC, the 1.1 billion sounds like it's reasonable number for named projects. So if you would, I would really appreciate a direction from you to use those as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman, it's appropriate to make a motion at this time?
Yeah.
I would move that we use the RTA 1 bucket breakdown as a starting point in moving forward. That doesn't mean it's rigid. That doesn't mean it can't be pushed around a little bit, but it worked pretty good for RTA 1.
I'll second that.
If I may ask, would you mind acknowledging the 2.3 as a starting point budget as well, so we can kind of contain the conversation, and the 1.1 as the named projects bucket?
I would add that to the motion if the second would accept.
I'll agree.
All in favor?
Aye.
So,
Any nays?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, real quick, just what I appreciate from staff on this, because, you know, if you look at the original 2006, it's 58.5 for road elements, 9 for safety elements, environmental or 5.8, 26%, 0.7 for transit. So if we could get some further details, so that, like, one of the big questions everybody has asked, I've heard it a lot, is, you know, the streetcar. So that was a transit project, right? And as I believe, it's actually was a road element project in there. So I think it's important that we know where the buckets were and what was actually in those buckets as we go forward. It's been a long day. I think this is a great starting point. The 2.3 pessimistic seems great, but I do think, to Mayor Honey's point, is unlike the first one, which was a little bit more generic, or it grew itself into what the buckets were. I think this one's going to take more oversight because of the regional needs. And I think it's real important that when we address the CAC, we say exactly what was said here. And I thought Mayor Honey did a nice job saying that. For some municipalities, transit is going to be the number one priority. For others, it's going to be roadways. And we've got to also remember the linkage between them. One of the reasons the ADOT projects are on there is they're almost all interchanges on the interstate freeways. So they aren't in the projects that a city of Tucson might consider because they're on the freeway. They're also highly leveraged for federal dollars. So you actually get a lot of bang for very little buck on that outcome. But the fact of the matter is, if you're not taking care of those freeways, our regional concept, it is. So I think people have to understand when we talk about the different projects, what communities put them forward and why they do. And I think we need to tie them all, including transit, to the regionals. Sometimes I think we get caught up in, well, this is what we want. And we need the CAC to think globally. Pima County, Tucson City residents, Miranda residents, Oro Valley Street, they're all members of Pima County too. Sometimes we forget that. Let's think of it globally. That doesn't mean, I'm telling you, that the transit inside the city of Tucson is not going to have huge impacts on the regionality of our transportation system, because it will. We just got to make sure everybody doesn't just think about their cocoon or their community when we are having this CAC conversations.
Scott, you have a question, then Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was happy to support the mayor's motion, and I appreciated that he said as a starting point, because there's definitely going to be more discussion moving forward. Case in point, Pima County has done a lot of work with mobility on demand strategies. Using the buckets for the current RTA doesn't take into account those kind of technological needs that might be incorporated into a plan. And we also, at some point, and the CAC chairs raised this when they were here, we've talked about it, we'll also at some point need to circle back to discuss the topic of maintenance.
Also, and it was talked about a little bit here, where do plans fall in the bucket? Is a bus pullout transit, or is it a capital improvement? I mean, we need to kind of find out where some of these, we spent a bunch of money building maintenance barns and all kinds of stuff to start the electric cable car. And was that capital or was that transit or something? So we need to kind of figure out what specifically, where a lot of these things, what part of the program do they fall into?
But if I may answer that, Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, we'll be happy to follow up and give you the list of all the elements with the sub elements. The CAC has already adopted the sub elements as a starting point as well. So for example, bus pullouts, you would assume it's under transit, but it's actually under safety. So this way it kind of shows you a little bit where everything falls off. Technology is under safety as well. So they're in different places, but we'll give you the list. So this way you can hopefully take a look at it, make sure it's all included in a right element. And if it's not, we can move it from one element to another element.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Or none, we'll move on to number 10. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
So nay.
You want
Did we break the record?
man.